Welcome Dr. Sri Imelwati to our CoNEScINTech conference Zoom meeting.
Selamat pagi, Bu Nina. Selamat pagi, Dokter.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the third conference on Business, Social Science and Technology 2023. This is the third international conference that are arranged by Universitas International Batam with the theme Strengthen Linkage between Technology, Education, and Social Science Humanities in wording of the 2023 session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce myself. I am Nurhayati Balkis, and it is a wonderful and precious chance for me to be your master of ceremony today. We are pleased to receive all of you here at the joint annual meeting in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have a glorious opportunity to mix and mingle with our fellow guests. They are Professor Chichik Sri Cahyandari, PhD, the LT Secretary of the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology. Our key speakers from UIB partners and session chairs from UIB and also from several universities, and to all participants, students, lecturers from several institutions who take part in this CoNeScINTech event. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start, let's pray and thank Almighty God who has been giving us blessing, happiness, health, and mercy so we can attend and participate in this event without any obstacles. Therefore, it is better to start our activity with a prayer. I invite each of us to pray based on our religions and beliefs. Prayer start. Prayers ends. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally welcome all of you for giving us the gifts of your presence here this morning, now we invite the Rector of Universitas International Batam, Dr. Iskandar Itan, to welcome all of you with his official welcome address. To Dr. Iskandar Itan, the time is yours.
Ya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here today. To the Honorable Professor Cici Sri Cahyandari, the Secretary of Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. Mrs. Afdalisma SH MPD, the Head of Higher Education Service Institution, Region 10. And the keynote speakers, Dr. Sabrina Ahmad from University Technical Malaysia, Malacca, Dr. M. Farid Azizul Juhaidi bin Muhammad Ramdi, and Dr. Muhammad Hisham bin Rasidi from University Technology Malaysia, Dr. Wycliffe Ongeta Mus from University for Peace, Dr. Giovanni Camacho F. Espeso from University of Canterbury, Dr. Sri Imelwati from Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat, Dr. Nasa Buntu Laulita from Universitas International Batam, and also for the chair session and reviewer from Universitas International Batam, University Technical Malaysia, Trisakti School of Management, Universitas Andalas, Universitas Universal, and Universitas Putra Batam. All guests, lecturers, students, participants, as well as other parties whom we cannot mention one by one. First and foremost, let us give thanks to the God Almighty for His blessing that we are able to attend the third Conference on Business, Social Science and Technology, or we call it the third CoNeScINTech 2023, and share our insight to learn from each other. On behalf of Universitas International Batam, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all the invited guests, keynote speaker, chair sessions, moderator, and all presenters and participants of the third CoNeScINTech 2023. The third CoNeScINTech 2023 is hosted by Universitas International Batam, and this is made possible by the support of our partners, namely University Technical Malaysia, Malacca, University Technology Malaysia, Johor Bahru, University for Peace, Costa Rica, University of Canterbury, New Zealand, and also our partners from Indonesia, Universitas PGRI Padang, Sumatera Barat, Trisakti School of Management, Jakarta, Universitas Andalas Padang, Universitas Universal Batam, and Universitas Putra Batam, as well as other universities who are participating by sending presenter and participants. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference aims to provide an opportunity for lecturers and students in the field of management, business, engineering, and social science to present their research papers to a wider audience and learn from the expertise of other participants. To expand the reach and impact of this program, we hope to continue to hold the conference on business, social science, and technology every year, and make it an annual agenda of Universitas International Batam. The third CoNeScINTech 2023 will consist of two sessions. The first session is a seminar entitled Strengthen Linkages Between Technology, Education, and Social Science Humanities in Warding Off the 2023 Recession. It will begin with an opening speech from the Director General of Higher Education, represented by Secretary of the Director General of Higher Education, Research and Technology, Professor Cicik Sri Cahyandari, followed by a plenary sessions where participants will hear from keynote speakers from various universities. The second session will be a forum for 70 presenters to present and disseminate their research paper. This session is divided into 7 parallel sessions. The committee has also prepared various awards to recognize the achievement of the leading presenters, including Best Student Paper and Best Student Presenter. Lastly, I would like to extend our gratitude to everyone who has invested their time and effort to support and participate in the third CoNeScINTech 2023, especially to the committee, keynote speakers, presenters, reviewers, sessions, moderators, participants, as well as other parties whom we cannot mention one by one. We do hope that you will benefit from the knowledge shared in this conference, and this program will continue to strengthen Universitas International Batam's collaboration with all parties involved. We hope that our effort to contribute towards the advancement of education in our communities and increase social welfare for the people around us. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Iskandar Itan, for the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, next we will listen to an opening speech video from Professor Cicik Sri Cahyandari, PhD, PLT Secretary of the Directorate General of Higher Education, Research and Technology.
The Honorable Mr. Dr. Iskandar Intan, SEMM, Director of Universitas International Batam, and the Honorable Rectors and Universities Representative, the Honorable Speakers, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, and may peace and prosperity to be upon you all. First, I would like to thank you for your kind invitation. I'm honored to participate in this third conference on business, social science, and technology with our fellow guest participants. On behalf of the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, I would like to express our support and appreciation to Universitas International Batam for conducting this seminar as a series activity of the conference. I would also express my appreciation and welcome all the speakers for taking the time to provide their expertise and also give valuable knowledge to all participants and to all 70 students and researchers from various universities in Indonesia and abroad. The Conference on Business, Social Sciences and Technology has been held since 2021 as a platform for the academics to implement the Tridharma Perguruan Tinggi that has a crucial role in the development of science, technology, and art, as well as for the improvement of the welfare society, since the research results are directly improving civilization of the science. This seminar will provide an opportunity to exchange ideas with participants to embark on the transformative journey, one of the unites the power of the technology, the wisdom of education, and the depth of the social science and humanities. Dear distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, in this increasing interconnected and fast-paced world, the intersection of science, technology, education, and the social sciences and humanities hold tremendous potential to provide the solution, insight, and resilience needed to ward off the dark clouds of recession. Technology is becoming more important in the current development of the economic sector, where the business process is being done in more efficient and innovative way. Through digitalization, automation, and artificial intelligence, we can enhance productivity, refine job market, and foster economic resilience. However, the true strength of technology lies on the hand of the well-educated and skilled population. Education serves as the cornerstone for social progress, equipping individuals with the tools, knowledge, and experience needed to adapt and thrive in this changing environment. Other than education and technology, we must recognize the indispensable role of the social sciences, also the humanities, that provide critical insight into the social, culture, and economic dynamic to the shape of the world. Right now in Indonesia, the higher education sector is trying to bring more contribution to the development of the economic sector. Participation from the universities is being achieved through joint collaboration with the industrial and business sector. To support the development of the higher education sector in Indonesia, the Ministry of the Education, Culture, Research and Technology issued the Merdeka Belajar Campus Merdeka, or we call it part emancipated learning, to bridging the gap between the knowledge learned on the campus and the job market requirement, skill, and competencies. The goal is to generate agile, adaptive, innovative, and lifelong learner graduates to better adapt in the ever-evolving landscape. On potential programs that can be utilized to foster the interdisciplinary collaboration in the Matching Fund Kedereka platform, which link the industry and university to collaborate and cooperate in the form of study cases, and will be implemented through the form of the pentahelix between the university, industries, and community. Dear distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, I hope this seminar will let us seize the opportunities to strengthen the linkage between the technology, education, and social sciences and humanities. Let us prioritize investment in research and development, cultivate interdisciplinary approaches, and create platform for sharing and exchange ideas. So we have a fruitful discussion or seminar And thank you for your kind attention and cooperation. And wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Professor Chichik, for the opening speech video. Ladies and gentlemen, now the committee already received some IG posters. So let us take a break for a while and watch the IG Poster Festival of CoNScINTech 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, coming up next is a much awaited item on the agenda, the plenary sessions. It is now time to pay attention to our keynote speakers. It is an honor for us to invite Ms. Nurleli, SPD MPD, as the moderator to lead the plenary sessions. To Ms. Nurleli, the time is yours.
Right, thank you so much for the MC. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, Miss.
Yes, thank you so much. So, honorable speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, afternoon, and good evening to all of you who joined this event from Zoom meeting and also from other platform. I am Nurlaili, and it's my pleasure to be moderator for this session. And on behalf of CoNeScINTech committee, I would like to express my gratitude to the presence of delegates, speakers, and audience in the conference. And this year, we are excited to host and bring our third CoNeScINTech with theme Strengthen Linkages between Technology, Education, and Social Science, Humanities in Warding Off the 2023 recession. We hope we will learn a lot today and what we have lined up for you to be fruitful and engaging. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to all this session presentation. And in this session, we will have 6 keynote speakers from diverse countries and regions. Before the presentation begins, allow us to introduce the speakers. So we have the first keynote speakers in this session will be Associate Professor Dr. Sabrina Ahmad from University Technical Malaysia Melaka. And we have our second keynote speakers, Landscape Architect Dr. M. Farid Azizul Zuhaili, together with Associate Professor Dr. Mohammed Hisham bin Rasidi from University Technology Malaysia. And we have our third keynote speaker, Dr. Wycliffe Ongeta Mose, PhD from University Fort Pierce, Costa Rica. And we have our fourth keynote speaker, Giovanni Camacho Espesor, PhD from University of Canterbury, Mindanao State University, General Santos, Philippines. And we have our next keynote speakers, Dr. Sri Imelwati SSMPD PhD from Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat. And the last one, we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Nasar Buntu Laudita from Universitas Internasional Batam. All right. And before that, let me read the curriculum vitae of our keynote speaker, and it starts with Associate Professor Dr. Sabrina Ahmad from University Technical Malaysia Melaka. So Dr. Sabrina Ahmad earned her PhD in computer science from University of Western Australia, and she also finished her master at University Technology Malaysia in 2002. And she has some professional certification, including Certified Professional Tester or CTFL by ISTQB. And she also earned many other certifications in her field. And the next one, we have our second keynote speaker, Landscape Architect Dr. Muhammad Farid Azizul Zuhaili from University Technology Malaysia. And he earned his PhD in planning from University of Auckland in 2016. And Dr. Farid Azizul Zuhaili also provides or has done some special achievement, like he is the first winner of Putrajaya International Flora and Garden Exhibition in 2007 in Putrajaya, Malaysia. And he also the first winner of Johor Bahru International Orchid and Bonsai Festival in Malaysia from the category Project Coordinator. And he also the third prize winner for Putrajaya International Flora Garden Exhibition in 2010, and also he is the best proposal. Sorry, he is also best research. He has best research proposal in the second International Malaysia Research Conference in Auckland, New Zealand. And we also have our we also have our next keynote speaker together with Dr. M. Farid Azizul Zuhaili, Associate Dr. Muhammad Hisham bin Rasidi from University Technology Malaysia. So Dr. Muhammad Hisham bin Rasidi obtained his PhD in regional environment science, environment system university from Shibuya Institute of Technology, Tokyo, Japan. And he earned his Master of Art in Urban Design University from Oxford Brookes University, United Kingdom. Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hisham bin Rasidi also earned some awards and achievement, as you can see from your screen, that he was the Excellent Employee Award from University Technology Malaysia for the year service 2013. And also he received honorary award for research category by Institute Landscape Architect Malaysia 2030. And he also became the Excellent Employee Award from the University Technology Malaysia in 2009. All right. And for the next presenter, we have Dr. Wycliffe Ongeta Mose from University for Peace, Costa Rica. So Dr. Wycliffe Ongeta Mose, he has successfully conducted his PhD in Karamoja within the stipulated time, and his research is about violent conflict and development in West Pokot Country, Kenya. And this research has helped the country government in addressing the underlying causes of violence in the region. And he is also the supervisor of 3 postgraduate students who have graduated from the university. And he also became part of the team in implementing successfully a cross-border project in Karamoja region in the Kenya and Uganda. And Dr. Wycliffe Ongeta Mose also founded Oasis Peace Web organization that take leading role to build peace and good governance in Kenya. Right, and then his curriculum, as you can see, that he has many great achievements in his field. And the next one, we have Dr. Giovanni Camacho Espesor, PhD from University of Canterbury, New Zealand, and also Mindanao State University, General Santos City, Philippines. So Dr. Giovanni Camacho Espesor earned his PhD in Political Science in Department of Political Science and International Relations, School of Language in University of Canterbury, New Zealand. And he earned his Master in Public Administration in 2011 in Mindanao State University, General Santos City, Philippines. Right, so he has some awards that have been achieved by Dr. Giovanni Camacho Espesor. So he got Doctoral Publication Award from University of Canterbury Foundation in 2019 in New Zealand, and also in 2018. So he also got Research Award for New Zealand European Union Center Network in 2016. And some other award related to his field also. It's a very great contribution from Dr. Giovanni Camacho Espesor. Right. So the next one we have Ibu Sri Imelwati SSMPD PhD from Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat. So Dr. Sri Imelwati earned her PhD in Applied Linguistic Education, English Education in Curtin University, Western Australia, and she earned her Master in English Education at Universitas Andalas Padang. So Dr. Sri Elmawati has many experiences, such as at present, she is the Vice Chairman of PGRI Special Branch Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat, and she was also the Vice Rector for she was also the Vice Rector for Administration and Finance at Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat and Vice Rector for Academic Affairs of PGRI University of West Sumatra. And our last keynote speaker will be Dr. Nasar Buntur Laudita from Universitas Internasional Batam. So Dr. Nasar Buntur Laudita earned his doctoral program on strategic management. And he also has earned some certification including Certified International Supply Chain Professional, Certified Custom Clearance, and Certified Welding Inspector and Internal Auditor, as you can see from your screen. And currently, he is a professional lecturer at Universitas Internasional Batam. Right. And he got his doctor degree from Petra Christian University in 2020. Right, thank you so much. And without further ado, maybe we can welcome our first keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Sabrina Ahmad. But before listening to her presentation, I would like to take a note that all keynote speakers will present their topics first, which later will be followed by question and answer session. So if the audience have any questions or comment for the keynote speakers, you are welcome to add your question or comment in our chat box that will be read during our last session after the keynote speakers. Right, ladies and gentlemen, to begin with, I would like to invite you for our first keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Sabrina Ahmad from University Technical Malaysia, Melaka. For Dr. Sabrina, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nurlaili, Chairperson. I just would like to check if all of you can see my slide and can hear me clearly.
Yes, Doctor.
Yes, bro.
All right, thank you very much. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to Honorable Dr. Iskandar Intan, Rector of Universitas Internasional Batam, distinguished guests, organizer, fellow keynote speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. So today, I'm going to talk about collaborative learning by using building blocks to teach software engineering courses in higher education. So nowadays, especially during the pandemic, we know that we depend so much on the software and the technology. And so it is critically important that we educate and we prepare the future software engineers to be able to develop a reliable and functional software system for the use of the nation. Right. So this is the content of my presentation today. So basically, we will have a brief introduction. Then I'll explain about the critical skill set for software engineers that explain why a lecture format alone is not sufficient when we are teaching software engineering courses. And later, I will talk about the collaborative learning by using the building block and how it benefits the students in higher education. And then I'll share with you how do we design and implement the collaborative learning by using the building block. And finally, the conclusion. Right. So as I mentioned earlier, software engineering discipline basically is impossible to be taught in lecture format alone, because it is the nature of the software engineering discipline that emphasize on competencies. So it is not just about the theoretical knowledge. It's not just about mastering the body of knowledge, but what's more important is the students, the future software engineers, being able to get the technical knowledge and also to practice, to implement the knowledge in a way that they can provide and achieve the ultimate goal, which is developing the system that is well functional, that is workable and with quality, and also can deliver the business value. So that the active participation of students is very important. So, and then it is because that will allow them to indulge in and experience the challenge during development of software system. Therefore, this talk is about how do we teach software design competencies as part of the software engineering body of knowledge through collaborative learning with building blocks. So when we devise the curriculum in software engineering courses, in software engineering program, so universities usually focusing on the technical expertise. So as for software engineers, they will be taught on programming, to do the analysis, to do the design, and to do the testing, and many more. Well, little that we know that many research has been done and proven that these technical skills must be embedded with the non-technical skills, because it's proven that the soft skills are equally important to the software development, because these people are working in teams. They have so many interactions, and also not only in a teams, they also need to communicate with various stakeholders in order to understand and in order to develop a workable system. So we know that there is a SWE book, Software Engineering Body of Knowledge, that explains about the technical skill. And we also need to know about the existence of SWEBOS, Software Engineering Body of Skills, that listed non-technical competencies that is required for the software engineers to practice, to apply the technical knowledge. Well, let me share with you the software engineering competencies. So the first one is professional collaboration. So what is professional collaboration? So this is very important for the software engineers to collaborate with other humans and to make appropriate contribution to the overall task, regardless what would be the particular roles of the software engineers in a specific project, right? Because we know that there will be different school of thought. There are many ways of having the solution, but still professional collaboration is a must in developing a software system. The second one is communication competencies. This is very crucial because software engineers must be able and capable of accepting and understanding different views from other people in order for them to achieve the ultimate goal. The third one is working structure. When we're talking about software development, it's impossible for you to work alone. It's definitely a teamwork. So how do we structure our way through for software development, not only for oneself, but also for the entire team members, and producing something that is acceptable by the stakeholders, right? So the fourth one is personal competency. So this is basically about self-reflection. How do we handle oneself throughout the process and accepting other views, other challenges and obstacles when developing the system? This is basically talking about how we grow, the software engineers grow as a person. Right. Number 5 is problem awareness. How do we understand? How does software engineers understand the existence of the problems how to tackle the problems in order to provide the ultimate solution. So software engineers need to be willing and capable of thinking outside the box, right? So they need to understand and accept the significance and necessity of strange procedures and artifacts, because there are many ways of working the system development. So they must be able to adapt throughout the way. And finally, solution competency. So the unique thing about software engineering discipline, there is no cookbook recipes. There's no way that you can teach the students, for example, you are developing automatic car cruise. We could say, first do this, second do this, third do this. No, there's no way of saying that, because there's no cookbook recipes. It's not applicable in this discipline. So the software engineers must be able to be flexible, to be able to adapt and adopt, because technology changes every day. So they need to live and to accept these challenges, and they need to grow the knowledge that they already have. So these are the challenges in software engineering discipline. Right. So how do we exercise the collaborative learning with the building blocks? Later, I'll share with you how do we do that, right? So the first thing, how do we exercise the software engineering competencies in collaborative learning using the building blocks? The first one is about conformance to the requirements to solve problems through software system with resource optimization. In order for us to develop a system, we need to understand the problem, then we need to find a way to solve the problem. There are many ways to suggest a solution, but how and why the proposed solution is the best. So this basically exercising the skills of understanding the requirements from various resources, like from documentation, from all system, from the reports, and from various stakeholders. They need to be able to understand the requirements in order to realize a functional system that holds the business values with quality. The second one will be justify the design through discussion among team members and presenting to the class. So this is what we have done in the collaborative learning. They have to work in a team, come out with a solution, and then they need to explain, justify, and defend what they develop to the class, which represent the stakeholders. So they basically need to talk about the solution structure, the design concept, the magnitude of the structure, and also the business values. So this basically exercising the challenges of communicating the design. How do we convince ourselves that this is the best solution? Not only to convince ourselves, we also need to convince our team members. We need to come out with this solution, right? So the decision-making ability is embedded there, right? And they need to justify and convince the stakeholders that this would be the best solution to solve the problem. Other than that, they must be able to conceptualize the object, the model object that they built using the building blocks, and dealing with the scalability to the actual size of what they are proposing. And the third one, this activity develops the students' social skills. They need to work in a team, the cognitive skill, apply the knowledge of understanding the problem, right? And also suggesting the solution. And it also needs them emotion maturity and self-confidence to be able to defend and to believe in the design that they are proposing. And the fourth one, the skills basically fulfill the pillars in the Bloom taxonomy that is used in the particular course unit, which is in this case is software requirements and design. Right? We map these competencies to the Bloom taxonomy. And we have all the three pillars, the cognitive, psychomotor, and also the affective. Like I mentioned earlier, in cognitive pillars, it's about problem awareness where we have to understand the problems, understand the stakeholders' needs, and also the business values. And in psychomotor, where we practice the professional collaboration. And second one is the working structure. How do we apply the analytic thinking and to motivate to do the system development and also to solve the problem. And the third one is explaining, justifying and defending the design, which we call communicating the design. So the third one, the third pillar is effective. And this basically about the personal qualities. The students grow as a person. Okay, how they deal with conflicts, with disputes throughout the process among the team members, and also how they can implement the quality design to provide a solution, right? Okay, so why collaborative learning in higher education? We have many other techniques in order to be embedded when we are teaching, because we want the technical skills to be realized and experienced. So collaborative learning is about facilitating the students' learning and to encourage teamwork, and we want to encourage it in a way that it is more relaxing environment. So it has three major benefits. We have social benefits, psychological benefits, and also academic benefits. So social benefits is basically allowing the students to have the social support on working in a team. Then this will establish a positive atmosphere and practicing cooperation among the team members. Psychological benefits is when we are doing student-centered learning, the focus is on the students. This will improve their self-esteem, right? And this will reduce their anxiety when dealing with people and develop positive attitudes, right? The third one is academic benefits, where we promote critical thinking skills. When the students is actively involved in the learning process, not listening only in the lecture format, they're actively involved in the learning process, this will encourage the thinking skills. And they need to come out with a model solution, which means they need to apply the technical skill, cognitive skills in order for them to provide a workable solution, right? All right, so how do we implement the design of collaborative learning? So basically, the students are divided into 4 or 5, and given time, they need to design and construct an item. So in the case of my class, they need to design a smart device, and they are tasked to develop something that is meaningful and holds specific quality values. So the quality values that they claim, they must be able to explain and defend. And how does it work? So during the presentation, the students need to convey, so what is the purpose and objective of the smart device? What would be the design? Why does it look like that? And what would be the constraint of the design? And they must be able to explain the quality attributes embedded in the smart device they model, right? And they need to say who is the target user and how the user can benefit from the smart device they propose. So it's basically divided into 4 stages. So the first stage is about instruction and briefing session. The second one is they're given time to develop the building blocks. And then the presentation session where they need to defend what they developed. And stage 4 is about the conclusion where they reflect what they learned throughout the session. So I'm just sharing with you, this is the current picture from just a few weeks ago, the current semester. So this is when they are doing the development of the building blocks. And also this is during the presentation, whereby marks is given for the students who ask questions, because they play a role as a participants. So the people in the group play a role as the analyst, the designer, and architect to develop the building blocks. And they really need to justify and defend what they are developing. So basically, as a conclusion, this activity in collaborative learning encourage teamwork, and it's encourage team learning where student is a focus and it instills cooperative learning because four people need to come out with one model. They need to come out with a good model, and they need to convince each other why that is their model to be developed. And this activity basically elevate the teaching and learning process. The students enjoyed very much, and during the reflection session, they share and very happy about the process, and they basically being able to experience the challenges of being software engineers. And this is also good when it's lighten the class environment rather than absorb and try to listen and understand the theory of software engineering. All right, I think that's all for me. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Back to you, Madam Chairman.
Yes, thank you so much, Associate Professor Dr. Sabrina Ahmad, for the excellent presentation. And for the audience who would like to give questions or comments, you are pleased to provide your comment or questions in the chat box. Right. For the next one, we will have our second keynote speakers. We will have Dr. M. Farid Azizul Zuhaili, together with Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hisham bin Rasidi from University Technology Malaysia. So Dr. M. Farid Azizul and Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Hisham bin Rasidi, time is yours.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, yes, we can hear you clearly.
All right. Sorry, my connection just suddenly good. Okay. Assalamualaikum. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me, right? And see my screen?
Yes, we can see you.
Good. Cheers. All right. So I'm Dr. Muhammad Farid Azizul, and together with me, Dr. Muhammad Isham Rashidi. Both of us from Green Innovation Research Group, Faculty of Built Environment and Surveying, University Technology Malaysia. So both of us are actually professional landscape architect by trade. We'll be teaching the subjects of landscape architecture and built environment sustainability in our faculty for the past 10 or 13 years. And we'll be doing a few or lots of projects actually based on community problems, built environment especially. So today we would like to share, we're not going to give you some lecture, but we just want to share some of our works and what are the lessons that we can actually put forward for the rest of audience to get some insights from our lesson. So today we would like to talk on translational research and impact to society based on service learning program. So we're going to present two case studies. One is from our own project at Tanjung Surat Island. So this is particularly on ecotourism development. So this place is very close to Batam, not very far. I think about an hour. If you take ferry from Batam to Pengerang. And the second project or second case that we're going to share is urban flags rejuvenation. So Dr. Hisham will present on that. So just one simple sharing about translational research. So this concept is actually originates from studies or research in biomedical because the issue of implementation of basic outcome into patients cannot be actualized or cannot be observed, the impacts of the research outcome concurrently with what they are doing. So there are issues or there's a needs for how does the basic research outcomes that being applied in the community being observed and then being forward back to the theory and then we revise into a new approach. So based from our experience, we've been teaching and we've been doing lots of consultancy projects, and deep in our hearts, we kind of have this minor dissatisfaction in our mind, in our heart. Normally we approach a project because we've been doing a lot of physical projects and some community projects. There are something that we cannot really observe the impact of our works solely by looking at one angle and by just coming and deliver the project, but cannot do some follow-up of the work. Okay, so this is the framework of translational research. So these are 3 X, you can call it as an X. So the first one is the written knowledge. So basically from this body of knowledge, we theorize or we conceptualize it into some assumption, some proposition that we test it on the ground. And then after that, once you want to deliver it or you want to apply it at the community or at the real situation, it doesn't always align with what we are conceptualizing. So that's what I said just now. The creation of new knowledge from perspective of built environment, sometimes it has become saturated for us. And in fact, this has been realized with a lot of scholars in the Western world, whereby they view this as a new paradigm where we need to co-create the new knowledge with the society. So you need to do the research and then you need to bring along the community or the person that you are doing the research on board, and then you can create a new knowledge from that. So this is the service learning component. So I think maybe everyone is familiar with this concept. Service learning, Rotation probably going to elaborate on this. So service learning, basically you try to bring the class or the normal lecture room, the teaching and learning of normal classroom into the real world. So we've been commissioned by the Ministry of Higher Education Malaysia with some seed money to develop this service teaching in Tanjung Surat from 2018 to 2019. So these are 5 components of service learning. So you start off with knowledge, and then you do some research, and then you transfer the skills and implement it on the ground, and then you do some reflection, and then it goes back into the co-creation of knowledge. So we embed this with teaching and the delivery of teaching and learning with students. So these are the normal processes. So we started off with some preparatory works. So some secondary works, we gathered some information, and we were given some time frame, and then we followed by coordination with some materials, and then we implement it, and then we do some reflection, and then we don't stop there, we continue it into a future program continuity. So this is the actual place. Maybe some of you have been to this place. So it's located very close to Singapore, Pulau Tekong. And like I said, it's very close to Batam. And it's a 1.5 hour drive from Johor Bahru. So this used to be, this is the old map, all maps of Pulau Tanjung Surat or Tanjung Surat Island. So this used to be a very important gateway to old Johor from the eastern side, So after a while, after the Johor government changed their administration place to Johor Bahru, this place has become abandoned, forgotten, and most of the relics of the heritage have been left behind. So this is some images that of the place. So you can see most of the building have been neglected, you know. But this place is very nice if you are a nature lover, because 90% of the area are covered by mangrove forest. So you can see the ruin of old buildings. You know, you can see this is the customs office, police office, and a few villages buildings. So based on the geography, is very blessed with maritime and marines cuisines, marine cuisine. So if you know this, is called a siput gonggong. I'm not sure what's the name in English, but very good delicacy. And some of cultural and heritage practices that being inherited by the villagers. So this is jong. It's like a small sailboat used as a game during the monsoon season. So they used to race this. Okay, so when we came to the island in 2018, of course, rural areas in Malaysia also got some issues pertaining to economic sustainability, social infrastructure, and education. And of course, these issues that we look forward, and also we focus, that we bring into our courses or our classroom, that being approached by the students based from the real issues of the community. So this is the quadruple helix model of smart partnership between university, us, UTM, with other several parties. So we collaborated with the government agencies, the community, cannot left this behind. And then there are a few non-government organizations, NGOs, private sectors, and also interested individual. So we bring aboard all these parties as part of our team, because we realize that under this project or under this concept, we cannot go solo, we cannot go alone. So we need all these inter-agencies, communities, cooperation, to bring or to elevate this project to the next level. So it's not like one-off, you just touch in the surface and then you left. It's like, we've been there at almost 5 years now. And later I will show you some of the progress that we've made. And we were very blessed with all these collaborators that really supported us. And we make the Tanjung Surat as our living lab. That's a very important concept that we try to approach the project. Okay, so these are some processes that we do during the project. So don't worry so much, because this is just a picture-based slide. I don't have much text, but please bear with me. Some of the images is quite a lot. All right, so based from the main project, we divided this into 6 sub-projects, comprises of several person in charge from different background. Okay, so we divided into 6. One is Heritage Gallery and Gedung Datuk Penggawa Timur Heritage. This is headed by Dr. Hisham just now. So Dr. Hisham from Built Environment. And then for Jong Gallery, this is headed by Dr. Arifah Ali. She's from Chemical Engineering. Even though she's in Chemical Engineering, she also doing something different. And then for Mangrove Gallery, in charge of that project or that gallery is Dr. Rubiah Surahman. So she's an environmental planner. And then Education Gallery headed by Dr. Ahmad Kushari. So Dr. Ahmad Kushari is from Education Faculty. And then Fisherman Gallery, Dr. Puan Nurhana is from Community Service Department. And then lastly, Image Making and Analysis headed by Professor Dr. Muhammad Zafi Kamsa. So what I'm saying to here is that under one platform, under one main project, we can bring on board a few interdisciplinary team into the project, even though of course, there are a lot of challenges because of different backgrounds, but Alhamdulillah, we managed to pull it over and come up with a good implementation on the ground. So these are some breakdown of the programs that we did at the island. Okay, in total, over the course of 2 years, total number of students involved in this project, 346, only for the 2 years course. So we actually haven't measured it until now. So most likely we'll go more than this. So we try to use the core curriculum and academic courses to embed all the sub-projects into the courses. So for example, those who are taking students who are taking a course on community and leadership, they will particularly do some sub-projects related to their course at Tanjung Surat. So what we focus on the activities is basically knowledge and skills. So you give the exposure to students through research and learning, and then it will come a good experience, and then it will translated into good graduates attributes if you're talking from students development. Okay, so these are some images from the gallery development. This is the first gallery, heritage gallery. So we actually it's very hard in the first hand to convince the local people, you know, how you can make use of the local resources that they have. But as I said, thank you very much for the good cooperation that were given by the agencies. They managed to support us with some seed money to turn in these old shop lots into a gallery, provided by good also collaboration or cooperation from the local community to gather all the antiques, materials, collections from the local communities to be put in this gallery. So you can see that these are activities and these are the products from the gallery. So the student did a lot of measurement, drawings with the local people to come up with this gallery. So this is the picture of the original of the shop lots before it's been turned into a gallery. Okay. So this is the second gallery, the living gallery of Gedung Datuk Penggawa Timur. So Datuk Penggawa Timur, if in modern world, is like the port officer, the port officer who acts on behalf of the Sultan to collect taxes and also to manage the administration of this place. So this is the Gedung Datuk Penggawa Timur, is the port officer on the eastern side of Johor. So this used to be the residence of Datuk Penggawa Timur. But after 200 years or 150 years, this is all what's left on the ground. And we being very, very glad to receive a nice response from our team in architecture department who managed to do some excavation and also to do some interpolation, because we don't have the actual plans of the buildings. So the students come and do the research to come up with a plans or the original plans of the buildings. So this is what the output. So these are the wings and these are the drawings of the buildings that the students managed to visualize from what the ruins. Okay, so these are some of the outputs. So they are all process of research that been done by the students through the curriculum and also academic courses. Okay, so they did a lot of engagement with communities. So they prepare this model and then present back to the community and receive feedback, and then they revise back the plans. And this is final outcome where they put all the information boards at the site so that people can read and understand the meaning of the heritage of the place. Okay, so this is the next project, basically to strengthen the image and the of the entryway to the island. So we did a lot of solicitation with the local communities to come up with the idea of the entrance statement of the island. So these are all actually derived from community participation of the design of this signage and also the construction. So the local community also involved during the local construction to build this own signage. So this is the before and after image. You can see that the students and the communities are actively transforming their own place with the help of the lecturers. facilitators. And so this is the mangrove gallery. Action research, meaning that the students documenting, gathering information from the local communities, from secondary sources to come up with the plans. This one, Jong Gallery. Okay, so these are what is called a jong, or a small sailboat used in a race during the monsoon season. So they document all the construction methods and processes, because all the craftsmen here used to are already old already, so they need to document to be passed to the next generation. So these are what been assembled on in the gallery and exhibited. And I think this is the last gallery, Fisherman Gallery. We utilize the abandoned raft boat or raft house to be turned into a fisherman gallery. So you can see that this raft house is not merely just a raft house, because this is combination of several involvement from these different faculties. You can see that this raft house is self-sufficient because it utilizes the solar energy developed by the students from the Faculty of Electrical Engineering. You can see some of the features here. And also in terms of the sewage management, they adopt compost sewage management. So it's not a long drop. So basically, you can turn the waste into a fertilizer from the toilet waste. And I think this is dust, not that one. So from the education school, so they participated into turning the part of school section to be turned into an education gallery. So this from the education school. So they did a lot of interactive plays to embed or to bring forward or to try to attract attention from the students at school, because the population here is very low. So most of the students or they are trend of out migration. So they try to keep the students here to stick to this school, not to go outside. Okay, so these are some tangible, I think this is the last slide. So this is some of the tangible impacts that we've been seeing for the past 5 years. After we have established this program, a lot of things are happening around. So the most tangible one, they have been supported by a government agency called Kejora. This is a Southeast Johor Economic Board that responsible to develop rural areas in Johor. So they've been commissioned, or they've been doing a lot of infrastructure developments at this island, and they have developed this rural planning ecotourism master plan development. And then for future also, they're planning to recognize this island under UNESCO heritage site because of those heritage that I said just now. And then they started to conserve heritage buildings and sites. This is focused mainly from the ecotourism perspective, because that's what they have. And I don't think you want to turn this nicely mangrove forest into a mass tourism kind of development. So they will most likely to retain the originality or the nature of the site. That's why they are focusing on ecotourism. So from ecotourism development, then they will like develop the area. So establishment of business entities, tourism operators, and local corporation. So when we came to the island, there are no integrated tourist operations and service providers. So now they are started to build more or to try to create more jobs through these tourist operators. And then community craft center, homestay program, and development, downstream products development and rural entrepreneurship. And lastly, UTM now can be called as a university living lab.
Sorry for interrupting, but you have 2 minutes left to end your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all from me. Maybe Dr. Hisham can continue some part on his.
Alright.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and good day to everyone. I think, thank you very much, Dr. Farid. It's almost 15 minutes, I think. Can you hear my voice clearly? Actually, we
Yes,
are
yeah.
working on the same method, those talking about translational research and impact to the society. I think the Common of Service Learning really bringing us how the research should be able to implement directly to the society, not just having a data assessment and so on and so forth. But we believe that whatever we do in our university, research should be well translated into the real groundwork, especially to develop the society. So one of the second case study is about how we transforming the affordable housing, flat neighborhood environment. This is case study in Selangor, next to the city of Kuala Lumpur. Is mostly in Malaysia in 1980, 1990s. There are many flat housing, in Malaysia. So I think before slide, Dr. Farid, previous slide. So this is a typical form. So one of the process is about when we're talking about translational research, especially to the impact of the society, we need to clearly share and giving a guide, and also whatever we do, so we need to get closer to the community in terms of their understanding, and also how they can giving such input to us, and especially on the real issue and problem. So this is very important as a researcher to understand the total issue of certain particular of the community. So this is some of the model. So basically, when we're talking about this community project, so one of the important is about how we can really assess and also examine the site well, not just about the community needs, but also the physical element as well. So next, Dr. Farid, next slide. So this is the some of the process, the methodology. Basically, talking about the community participation. It's almost like kuliah kerja nyata or KKN in Indonesia, if I'm not mistaken. So basically, the research that we do normally is how we are engaging directly to the community in order to understand the current issue, problems, and how also looking their aspiration that we can embed for our future proposal. So this is some of the assessment. And after the result of the some workshop, the focus group discussion, we try to using we do some simulation and we share back to the community. This is some example how we are transforming one of the courtyard, the empty courtyard become a good public space that they can utilize it after it. So this is some example. So after get some discussion, and this is the result after the several meeting with the community, and how they really respond from the exhibition discussion, and they understand, because before they can't visualize it, they can't see how it can change. So one of the things that we bring it direct to them is to visualize, and also some of the program we bring them to the university, giving such input from the our expert here in UTM. And one of the program also, we take the community to to have some technical visit. Example, talking about this affordable housing, we bring them to Singapore, because this project is sponsored by the local authority, the city council of Subang, is Selangor. So with that particular grant, so we bring them also to do a to the technical visit in Singapore, in order for them to get some clear picture of what we can suggest to them, especially on the improving the neighborhood environment. So next, Dr. Farid. So this is some planning. So again, because the unit of this service learning, so we need to do it together with the community. So in order to not to force to get them together, so we need to clearly share our knowledge, skill, and how we can guide them, not just changing the place, but also to maintain the place later. So this is how we're talking about translational research and giving direct impact to the society based on community participation. And I think we hope that by end of the day, so they also can giving some credit and also achievement to the what they call it, sustainable development goal. So this is very important when we talk about the community service. So it's not just about having a short term project or research, but we are talking about the sustainability. So that's why the process of getting them together is very important. I think that's all from me. Just to add on a bit from what Dr. Farid already mentioned just now, how we transforming the island of Tanjung Surat from from neglected island become a quite active ecotourism destination, as well as how we transforming the neighborhood flat housing become more better environment, more comfortable and conducive for people. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much to everyone. We are looking forward. Is there any question or any suggestion from the participation? Thank you.
Right.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so
Thank you,
much.
Melissa.
Thank you. Right. Thank you so much for excellent presentation and also amazing project from Dr. Muhammad Farid and also Dr. Muhammad Hisham. Right. So once again, for all audience here, we are welcoming you to make sure that to ask question or maybe you give comment regarding the project that have been shared by Dr. Farid and also Dr. Hisham. Right. So for the next session, we will welcome our next keynote speakers. We will welcome Dr. Giovanni Camacho Espesor from Philippines. So he will share his presentation with us. Okay, sorry, your voice is echo, so maybe you need to turn off one of your device.
Okay, so good morning. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm actually I cannot hear my voice. How is my reception to others? Is it okay?
Yes, we can hear clearly, but we can't see your face. Maybe you turn off your camera, but we can
Okay,
see your screen and also we can hear you clearly.
okay, for a while. Okay, I think I'm now visible, right?
Yes.
All right. So good morning to everyone, especially to the rector of Batam International University in Indonesia, Dr. Iskandar Stan, and of course to my fellow keynote speakers. It is really my honor to share this platform with you, especially that we are forming this network of scholars from the Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, and other parts of Southeast Asia. So my name is JC. You can call me JC. I'm actually now based in Mindanao State University here in General Santos. And I'm also a fellow of the Macmillan Brown Center for Pacific Studies at the University of Canterbury in Christchurch, New Zealand, as well as the National Islamic University of Indonesia in Jakarta. So just to depart from the topics of my fellow keynote speakers, allow me to share the results of our research here in the Southern Philippines from the social science perspective. So this is actually one of the projects that I'm actually doing now by looking at what the European Union as a supranational organization is actually doing in the Southern Philippines, as well as in other parts of Southeast Asia, which are actually ridden by violent conflict. So I'm sure Mindanao is not actually a distant topic for most of us because we are actually from Southeast Asia. And we are actually very much aware that it's actually besieged by many issues such as violent armed skirmishes, massive death tolls, and constant internal displacement of civilians since the 1970s because of the violent conflict. So Mindanao is an internationally supported peace operation. Since the 2010, the European Union has been involved in the peace operations alongside with other actors such as the United States. I can still hear some feedback. Sorry for that. Is my audio okay?
Actually,
Maybe that's
it's
it,
little,
typical.
it's double,
Yeah.
it's double, yeah.
It's doubled. I wonder how to. I'm really sorry. Yeah, I'm actually a bit what do you call that? I think I'll leave for a while here. Okay, I think that's good. Okay, so I'm really sorry for that because I'm actually a bit anxious that I might actually be disconnected because of very unstable internet connection here in the southern Philippines. So just to continue, so the European Union is actually the most distant participants in Mindanao peace process alongside with its other member states such as Sweden, Germany, and Spain. So while Mindanao is decently remote from Brussels, this wartime community constitutes an opportunity for the European Union to demonstrate its normative power as an international actor that is involved in crisis management and peace building beyond its borders. In 2017, the EU High Representative Javier Solana declared the Union's goals or agenda of becoming a credible force for good through peace building outside the European continent. So the EU's participation in the peace building operations in the Bangsamoro reflect its goal of demonstrating to the international community its agency to deliver humanitarian services to distant regions of the globe, including the conflict-riven communities. It is apparent that promotion of peace is at the center of the European Union's foreign policy, as it is regarded as the peace project. So when Ian Manners coined the phrase normative power Europe in 2002, it sparked widespread debate among scholars of EU studies. NPE is primarily linked to the behavior of the EU in accentuating human agency and its effort of globalizing liberal ideas and practices. So the NPE has become the celebrated face of the EU foreign policy. Its major referents are the liberal values and principles that form part the EU acquis communautaire, particularly peace, liberty, democracy, rule of law, and human rights. By promoting these liberal values beyond its borders, the EU endeavors to shape a global public perception of what is normal and to build an image that is working for the global common good. The EU acts as a moral entrepreneur that focuses more on promoting the cosmopolitan utility of human rights. Moreover, the construction of NPE identity includes modalities such as persuasion, argumentation, and shaming. So the debate on EU's normative identity is largely confined on theoretical grounds and call for a more empirically grounded studies in communities where NPE is actually applied. Hence, this lecture seeks to advance the debate surrounding the EU as an international actor using empirical data from the field where its foreign policy is actually executed. So this lecture argues that the EU's participation in the peace-building operations in the southern Philippines is a unique reflection of its normative power. The securitizations and commodifications of EU's peace-building and development initiatives in Mindanao is strategic and mobilizing both liberal and illiberal agents to act on EU's behalf in diffusing liberal democratic norms in the conflict zone. This lecture will talk about the modality of the EU in financing non-government organizations and rebel Moro outfit the Moro Islamic Liberation Front for a Democracy Promotion Project, and the Bangsamoro. NGOs are strategic complexes of they're actually part of the strategic complexes of the liberal peace and key transmission belt of norms. Hence, it is no longer surprising that the EU commissioned them for its peace-building commitments. Nonetheless, collaborating with non-state armed groups for democratization presents a dilemma that makes the EU normative identity unique and interesting. So in this lecture, I will be presenting first-hand ethnographic information from the conflict zone, and it aims to contribute to the current debate of European Union's normative identity by presenting a micro-level ethnographic case study of how the EU actually performs peace building by acting as an entrepreneur of liberal democratic norms in war-torn Bangsamoro. So I'm particularly interested in the manner in which norms infiltrate extant institutions and influence the attitudes and beliefs of people in the conflict zone. So I argue that there are three concurrent tendencies to norm diffusion of the European Union in the Southern Philippines: rejection, hybridizations, and acceptance. So later I will be presenting some conclusions based on this study. So the EU is not merely a humanitarian organization contributing a tremendous amount of foreign aid just to bring peace in the Southern Philippines. EU involvement in the peace operations is based on its multifaceted interest. Firstly, the EU has clearly articulated its economic agenda in the Philippines, particularly the inclusion of war-torn Mindanao into the global market economy. Secondly, although there are no EU troops deployed in Mindanao, the EU has transnational security threats in the Southern Philippines due to the presence of terrorist and extremist groups that are closely associated with the Islamic State. Thirdly, the peace process in Mindanao is strategic to the EU's geopolitical projection as a neutral and peace-loving great power with no apparent imperialist ambitions in the Southern Philippines. So here in this lecture, I will be focusing on the three concurrent tendencies to norm diffusion. So for those who are actually scholars of how idea is actually spreading, you might be actually interested to look into this article. So the diffusion of norms is an ideational phenomenon, and its empirical impacts are difficult to identify, particularly in societies that are marred by protracted armed conflict and with intricate power structures. I argue that there are three tendencies when it comes to norm diffusion. So as I mentioned, rejection and failure, hybridization, which is actually further broken down into two concepts: filtering and translations, acceptance and success. So first, rejection and failure. So the efforts of the EU and its partner NGOs to diffuse norms might lead to a rejections and complete failure, at least of some forms. The existence of a complex power structure in the conflict-torn communities in Mindanao generates detrimental socio-political barriers to the diffusion of external norms. The EU is gaining considerable success in mobilizing local actors, particularly MILF rebel leaders, in the localizations of transnational liberal values and ideas in the conflict zone. Nonetheless, it has less influence over powerful and dominant groups in Mindanao. Warlord politicians and kingpins in different localities in the Southern Philippines have strong tendency to demonstrate resistance to liberal norms which are put forward by the EU and its various liberal peace agents, particularly NGOs. Local political bosses are gatekeepers and brokers of various forms of power in the Southern Philippines. They are in possession of material and political resources and even equipped with military capabilities to determine and dictate the rules of the game in their respective domains. They're likely to resist any liberal peace-building mechanisms employed by external actors which might pose a threat to the existing status quo, hence not favorable to their own interest. Okay, and now for the second one, hybridization. So in the interest of time, I have to rush a bit. So Another tendency of norm diffusion is the emergence of a unique of hybrid norms in Mindanao. The production of hybrid peace-building norms is likely to happen because actors on the ground, particularly NGOs and rebel leaders, try to establish congruence between liberal norms and extant beliefs and practices in the conflict zone. The hybridization of norms at the ideational level may take place through two processes, translation and filtering. The translation of foreign norms into local language is one mechanism utilized by NGOs in their attempt to amplify hybrid norms in Mindanao. NGOs are innovative in diffusing liberal democratic norms in the conflict zone. External ideas are framed based on local cultural context and expressed in local languages to reach out to wider audience and to foster ownership and to concepts among people at the community level. They often use local terminologies such as Kalilintad, Pityala, and Pamagayon in Magindanaon communities, and Jakatra, Sinambong, Kamapagupia in Maranao communities, respectively, to introduce the concept of peace, dialogue, and reconciliation. The employment of local languages in communicating foreign ideas is a strategic technique used by NGOs in the localizations of transnational norms. So the use of common terminology is critically important to increase prospect of success in diffusing norms. So this is also actually seen in the case of Muhammadiyah participating in the Mindanao peace process by emphasizing norms such as Mushawara and Mufakat, which is actually consensus and agreement. Consensus and what do you call that? Consultation. So, and then the second one is filtering. So in this case, we're going to look, if we're going to look at, let's say, norm diffusion literature, let's say, invoking ideas of scholars like, let's say, Amitabh Acharya, this is actually referring to pruning, meaning actors using their power, they have actually the capability to allow actors to select, those elements that suit local beliefs and normative structures and reject ideas and concepts that do not. So in the case of the conflict zone, where warlords are actually dominant players, they tend to combine Western liberal ideas with local epistemologies of the way they rule, the way they play the game in the conflict zone, and they tend to neglect aspects of the liberal peace which are actually detrimental or dangerous to their rule. For example, let's say transparency, accountability, a rule of law, and more importantly, human rights, which is actually the most precarious elements of the liberal peace in the conflict zone, which is also actually seen in the case of, let's say, conflict zones in Indonesia like Aceh, Maluku, Ambon, as well as in Irian Jaya. So this is actually an actual quote coming from influential scholars in the Mindanao peace process, as well as officials of the Mora Islamic Liberation Front. So in an interview with Ghazali Jafar, the vice chairman of the political affairs of the Mora Islamic Liberation Front and head of the MILF negotiating party in Malaysia, he is actually saying that they actually welcome norm diffusions of external actors, but they're also actually wary. And of course, they apply some filters when it comes to the acceptance of these norms. Okay. Then lastly, acceptance and success, because this is actually another possibility because of the rise of new political forces. So for example, let's say in the case of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, they are now actually the new political actors in the southern Philippines. And they rely solely actually on the support of the international community, especially in the case of the EU. They're actually more friends of the EU and Japan. And they're actually a bit wary of the presence of the Americans and of course and Australians here in the southern Philippines because due to their obvious military agenda. So in this case, they can actually champion some of these norms in the southern Philippines. And of course, we are also seeing a new breed of politicians, especially younger politicians who are educated abroad and well exposed to European institutions, who can also champion these liberal norms in the southern Philippines. So this is actually just an example of how MILF leaders are actually socialized and exposed to the European system. So these are MILF leaders in the European Parliament in Belgium. And that's another example of how young and new generations of Muslim individuals in the southern Philippines are socialized to the European Union. So these are actually photos of children welcoming the arrival of the delegations of the European Union in some parts of southern Philippines. So to present some concluding thoughts, so like most international organizations, the EU also acts as an entrepreneur of norms. In Mindanao, it focuses on the promotion of normative liberal values that are enshrined in the 1992 Treaty of European Union and the 2009 Treaty of Lisbon. The chief component of its normative power is the promotion of human rights, and democracy promotion is always at the forefront of its foreign policy. The EU is a major actor in the Bangsamoro with a capability to finance, act, and cooperate and coordinate its peace-building interventions. Nonetheless, it has no permanent presence in the conflict zone. It is extremely dangerous for members of the EU delegations to operate directly on the ground due to the presence of an active armed conflict between security forces and various belligerent groups. So democratization, especially human rights promotion, is precarious in contested political environments. As argued in this lecture, the participation of the EU in the peace operations is an innovative demonstration of its normative identity. Ethnographic evidence shows that the EU is able to strategically maneuver as a pure normative power, diffusing liberal democratic norms and values in the southern Philippines. Controversially, it mobilizes both liberal and illiberal agents in propagating normative values and principles to facilitate the democratizations in this war-stricken region of the Philippines. So to some degree, the EU is quite successful in cascading and protecting cosmopolitan liberal values in war-torn region in the Bangsamoro through the help of its commission agents. However, different local actors in the conflict zone have shown a variety of concurrent reactions towards these norms. This lecture reveals that all these trends, acceptance, hybridization, and rejections are currently competing. Some norms are likely to succeed, some may fail, and some are being hybridized as the competition plays out across the generation. So terima kasih banyak to Universitas Islam International Batam, and a good day to everyone.
Right. Thank you so much for a nice presentation and insightful information. We are pleased to see that kind of information here. Right. So for the audience, once again, we are welcoming you to ask our keynote speakers through your questions or comments in our chat box. So if you have any questions or comments or maybe feedback, you may provide us through our chat. Right. Thank you so much. And for the next one, we will have our next keynote speaker, Dr. Sri Imelwati, SSMPD PhD from Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat. So for Ibu Sri Imelwati, PhD, time is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, that's good. Okay, I'd like to share my right. Okay, good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable Director of Universitas International Batam, and to all of the committee that have prepared this conference, and to all of the keynote speaker and also the participant of this conference. So I would like to introduce myself as I'm a lecturer at University PGRI Sumatera Barat, and I would like to present the topic of our current research. This is an ongoing research, and it's dealing with the education, really match with the theme of this conference, because you know that we have to linkage the social, the education, and the technology in order to face the disruption era. Now, our ongoing research is about we are doing a project like a program that we designed for pre-service teacher and also the teacher at school and the faculty member in university. So we designed this model of a blended professional learning community for enhancing the critical academic literacy, particularly for pre-service teacher. Now, as everyone's involved in this current research, the core business is about education. Now that we know that pre-service teacher as the one who take the program in education department, they have to go through a process like like we sent them for having a teaching practice at school. Now, when they're doing the teaching practice at school, of course, they have to observe what do the teacher do, what's the student background, and also design the suitable instruction for the student. But of course, this is not enough, because what they face at school gradually a lot of problems that they have to solve and handle. So that's why it is necessary for them to have a critical academic literacy, and also about research literacy that they should have, so that the teaching practice can be qualified. And beside that, this is also important for forming their identity and agency as a professional teacher. Now, this ongoing research is based from our research gap, that we have identified that the pre-service teacher have a problem in developing their critical academic literacy. Now, this is also can be seen when they are asked to write an academic article or a reflective report. And also because of this teacher, the pre-service teacher, have a lack of opportunity that they can join a training or a professional learning community. So that's why we are really concerned that they should be provided with the kind of model so that they can continuously develop their critical academic literacy. So not only that they read, that they try to find or navigate the article and read, interpret, and write article for knowledge construction. And if you look at the critical academic literacy, so this is one of the competence that should be enhanced for the pre-service teacher, not only for the pre-service, but also for the teacher as well. Now, this is a kind of an activity, not only for reading and listening, but also how to make use of the information from the academic database so that they can use it for their own teaching. Now, previous research have noticed that teachers and pre-service teacher have limited skill, to write academically, and also making a reflection of their teaching practice. So one of the program that can be applied, can be formulate for this teacher is the professional learning community. So this is a kind of collaborative learning. And in this project, so we try to make a collaboration, not only the university, the school, the teacher, the student, but also the policy maker. Now, we hope that by joining the PLC, Professional Learning Community, this teacher can work together to develop the knowledge, teaching strategy, and also the pedagogical skill and other skill. It's a kind of forum that the teacher can identify the downside or the downside of the teaching, and also they can solve their problem. They can solve the problem when they're facing the obstacle in teaching. Now, as we know that the idea to solve a problem in teaching can be used from the other best teaching practice. So that's why this kind of program are really suitable for the pre-service teacher. And also, we have noticed that from the previous study, professional learning community have contribute to the professional development of the teacher, not only teacher, but also the pre-service teacher, but also the teacher themselves. And this program also can increase the quality of the instruction, because in the instruction, the teacher can doing a reflection of what they have been doing, and beside that, they can develop the identity and their agency as a professional teacher. And PLC also could help teacher as a curriculum developer and user as well. And beside that, this program can keep how the teacher always be professional in their surface. So to conclude that previous study shows that this professional learning community, it can be used for to facilitate the teacher and the pre-surface teacher when they try to match the theory when they studied at the program with a real activity in the field, so the practice, because PLC provide them with a framework for reflective guidance, dialogic teaching, and also tutorial practice in developing sustainable reflection skill. When we look at the professional learning community, what the other researchers have done in professional learning community, we noticed that it's really focused on reflective teaching and how active the pre-surface or the teacher are doing. And looking at the critical academic literacy, which is really necessary, one of the skills that potentially really needed by these pre-surface teacher, we find a limited literature that really concern. And since now the technology that we are doing now, we are doing in conference using the online platform. Of course, 10 years ago, we never thought that we could do this kind of conference by doing online. Now, limited literature exposed about the blended professional learning community. So again, the aim of our study is to prepare the pre-surface teacher in education, in teacher education program. We provide them to have critical academic literacy, especially in educational context, and they're having an ability to explore the best practice from the previous study and literature, and then they could apply that in their own classroom. And again, of course, we want to develop these pre-surface teacher, their identity as a researcher and as a reflective practitioner. For this study, we adopt design-based research, which is kind of a cycle activity. So the first one, we analyze the practical program. We identify the problem, and then we involve the researcher and practitioner. So we as a researcher, and then the practitioner, we invite the teacher and also the pre-surface teacher to work together. And in this study, we work with different pre-surface teacher from different area in Indonesia. They are in West Java and in the middle of Java and West Sumatra. And we involve so there are 3 universities involved in this study. And the second stage of the in this research, so we try to develop, and as I mentioned earlier, so we design a model of professional learning community that use the technology, which is a kind of a blended learning to provide the professional learning community program for the pre-service teacher. And also next, we also would like to do the refinement and testing with this model as a iterative cycle. And at the end, we will make a reflection and try to produce the principle of this kind of program. And of course, this is a kind of the activity that need to be done for several steps. And we offer an innovation in this kind of project by designing professional learning community activity, which is based on the web. We use online platform and cloud-based learning. The pre-service teacher can have an opportunity to find to seek a knowledge and improve their academic literacy competence. Now, as everyone can see from this picture, yeah, we try to strengthen their academic critical academic literacy, and yeah, we focus on English teacher at this in this case, but of course this is not only limited for English. This model can also be used to other teacher. Now, yeah, the first thing that we focus on the academic literacy, yeah, to make the teacher improve the quality of their instruction. Now, again, because this is a collaborative learning, so the researcher and the participant involved together, the teacher, the lecturer, and the student, yeah, and we try to make a program that could develop the student, the teacher identity as a teacher. And then this is the things, the online platform that we are going to use in this program. And then after we design the program for them, of course, this professional learning community, we encourage them to make an observation, a class observation, a reflection, and also writing an article. And then we also will design the mentoring program and conference for the pre-service teacher, because this is an ongoing program. We still collect the data about the obstacle that they face in this kind of training model. Now, I think that's the information that I can share with you all about our ongoing research, and I would be very happy if you have any question or suggestion or any feedback that I can get from you all. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. Thank you so much for interesting presentation from Ibu Sri Imelwati PhD, and good luck for your project for next time. Okay, right. And And now we have gone through for our last keynote speaker. So we will welcome Dr. Nasar Buntu Laulita from Universitas Internasional Batam as our last keynote speaker for today. So we will welcome Dr. Nasar Buntu Laulita for presenting his presentation about sustainable supply chains management in an organization. And for the audience, once again, we welcome you to provide any comments, questions, or feedback through our chat box. Right, Dr. Nasar, can you hear me?
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right. We
Yeah,
can't hear
can you
you
hear my
clearly.
voice?
All right.
Okay.
Yes, it's clear now. Thank you. Time is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Bu Nalali. Good morning, everyone. Especially for all participants and also all my fellow keynote speaker and also all my colleagues in Universitas Internasional Batam. I want to introduce myself. My name is Nasar Buntu Laulita. I am one of lecturer in Universitas Internasional Batam and also coordinator of Business International in management study program. Currently, at this moment, I am also involving in one of multinational company focusing on this project. So that's why this is one of a reason I take this topic, because I can say this topic is very beneficial, also useful in a company, yeah, especially in multinational company. And also currently I am preparing also my research about this topic and also preparing my TED book, even though still in the initial stage. So the topic I want to present in this conference is sustainable supply chain management in an organization. Several topics I want to present in this conference, like introduction about the supply chain management, and also I want to also show about the supply chain top company in the world, and also later I will explain about the triple bottom line concept as a foundation of sustainable development. And also later I will explain about the driver of sustainable supply chain management and also performance measurement of sustainable supply chain management, and also about how to practice sustainable supply chain management. And also later, and in the last presentation, I will show about current challenge in supply chain management, especially after pandemic COVID-19. I am very interested about one statement of Agarwal in 2021 that mentioned competition is no longer between companies. Now it's between supply chains. I think this statement is very interesting, and also we are as a professional in the actual practice feel that this statement is really true, because now if you want to be a success, we cannot only think in the small thing, we must think worldwide. So that's why we must consider all supply chains related to our product, our business. So maybe we will get some support from another country, and also maybe our customer also in another country. So we must consider in worldwide from upstream to downstream. So this is we can say supply chain is very important in a company. If we are talking about supply chains, if I mentioned before that we must consider from upstream to the downstream in a company. We must think from how to get the raw material to build our product. Yeah, we must think from our supplier. Maybe we have second supplier or until third supplier. We must consider until this stage, and also we need to consider about our internal process during manufacturing process, and also we must consider about the distribution of our product to our customer. Maybe later we have something like wholesaler, retailer before achieving the customer. We must consider in this state also. And also to make a detail in the supply chain management, we can divide it in the several management, something like supplier relationship management, to manage our relationship with our upstream. And also we have internal relationship management to manage our operational internal company. And also we must consider about customer relationship management, how to manage our relationship with our customer. This is supply chains. There is word chain, means must join, must always join. The chain, if broken, is no function anymore. So the supply chain must always integrate each other. That's why in this chain, in the flow of the supply chains, there are several flow that need to maintain. First is information flow. From one state to another state, there is always information flow about the states. From supplier to manufacturing, there is information flow. Before supplier getting the product need to support, they will get information, something, purchase order, or maybe inquiry. This is information between supplier and manufacturing. And also once supplier will deliver the order from the manufacturer, they also will give some information about something like shipping information, yeah, delivery note, something like this. This is information flow between one state to another state in supply chain. Also, we need to manage about flow of product. Flow of product means the actual order, the actual transaction between one state to another states. And also another flow that need to maintain is fund flow, yeah, related to the payment from one state, for example, from supplier to this from the manufacturing to supplier, or maybe from customer to manufacturing. So we can say that supply chain management is how to manage all information flow between all states in those activities. So that's why one company, they must know about all states, all activity in their operation. So they need to maintain all these activities to maintain there is no broken in the supply chains. I also want to show you some top supply chain company in the world in 2022, based on one research. And we can see that there are 25 top company, top supply chain company last year. And also we can see there is also master supply chains. Master supply chain means they are consistent to maintain the supply chain for 5 until 10 years. So we can see like Amazon, Apple, McDonald's, P&G, Unilever. I can say we know this company. Yeah, we know their product. Even though maybe the production base in USA or in Europe, but we know the product. It means, yeah, the supply chain is very good. The product until in our area, in our hometown, in our country. So this is one of reason. Yeah, we know that the supply chain is really good, and this is also mentioned in this list that most of this company we know very well. Yeah, not only in the country but also in another country like in Indonesia or Southeast Asia generally. Based on the research, also mentioned that especially in master supply chain, they are consistent to sustain as a supply chain excellence. Based on some research, one is Carter and Rogers also already mentioned that triple bottom line concept. Triple bottom line concept is one of concept that really needed to be a supply chain excellent and getting sustainable supply chain management. What is triple bottom line concept? There are three indicators in the triple bottom line concept. First is environment, second is social and economic. All company must consider this indicator to a sustainable company. They must consider about all environmental aspects in their activity. They must consider all related to the social aspect in their activity and also economic aspect. These three indicators must run together, must be implemented together to be a sustainable, to make a company sustain. If the company only implement one or two aspects, we can say they haven't get a sustainable development. If only environmental and economic, maybe we can consider they are feasible company. If only implement economic aspect and also social aspect, we can consider maybe this is only equitable. And if they only implement environmental and social, maybe we can consider they only bearable. So all company must implement these three aspects to be a sustainable company. Based on several research reference, I can summarize some driver of sustainable supply chain management. So this driver are as a reference here, or we can say this is why those company implement sustainable supply chain management in their company. There is some pressure, there is some requirement they must follow. If no, then they cannot sustain in their activity. I divide three aspects from the of the driver of for this sustainable supply chain management. First is company internal. Second is based on customer supply aspect, and also from third party. Company internal is needed by a company to be a sustain. They must do this sustainable activity to sustain in the operation. First is related to management commitment. Means there is a commitment from the top management in the company to implement the sustainable supply chains in their operation. Because all activity in a company will not be success without the top management commitment. Second is organization involvement. Some cases that organization involved in some to say some industry and needed the implementation of sustainable aspect, and also related to the supportive culture. If a company have a culture about sustainable implementation, then it's more easier to the company to implement this sustainable aspect. And also related to the productive improvement. So some company think that to implement the sustainable aspect will improve their productivity. So this is also one of the driver why the company implement this concept. And also waste elimination. Waste elimination also one of indicator why the company implement this sustainable aspect, because they can reduce about regarding the waste product, minimize waste in their product. So this is also one of the driver of the company to implement this sustainable aspect, and also competitive opportunity. The company will consider that the implementation of the sustainable aspect will make the company more competitive. The customer will see that there is advantage to buy our product. So this is also one of the reason, as a one of driver way the company need to implement this sustainable aspect. And also, if we see from customer and supplier point of view, sometimes there is something like compliance they need to follow by a company. They must, before getting or before joining a tender to get a project, the customer will ensure that all participants will have something like they will announce about the compliance, about the requirement to follow the tender to get the project. So one of the requirement, yeah, sometimes is they must implement all requirement about sustainable aspect, and also related to the environmental regulation compliance. Yeah, this is we can see in several industry. We must comply with a regulation. For example, in the mining industry, so we must follow all regulation about environment, and also related to the green product requirement. Yeah, sometimes our customer also need all our product meet requirement for the green product, so we must follow. Also related to the reverse logistic requirement, how to do recycle about our product. If maybe our product have end of life, we can still do recycle for the certain material in our product. And also related to the customer and supplier involvement. So this is also one of the driver why a company need to implement sustainable aspect in the operation. And also another driver is related to the third party. Yeah, mostly in the project, third party involved. Third party will have some regulation, some requirement need to follow. Our product can be shipped out, can be sent to customer after accepted by this third party. So there is also regulatory pressure from third party that we need to follow to meet requirement from our customer. And also there is pressure from institutional. Yeah, we can see in different industry and also international environmental regulation. We must achieve some requirement, something like ISO or any other requirement for the certain industry. And also the competition. Implementation of sustainable aspect in our operation is one of our competitive advantage compared to maybe our another competitor. So we are selected or we get a project because we have to say advantage, or we can there is we implement such kind of sustainable aspect in our operational, and also related to our reputation, our company reputation, and also social responsibility. This is a driver of sustainable supply chain management implementation by an organization. And also by referencing to the several research, I can summary that there are some indicator performance measurement of sustainable supply chain management. So we can say that our company is success to implement sustainable supply chain management if we can achieve such kind of indicator. We can divide the indicator in the three aspect, three performance, environmental performance, economic performance, and also social performance. In environmental performance, the indicator is compliance to an environmental standard, greenhouse gases emissions, green design level, green purchasing level, energy consumption, and consumption for hazardous, harmful, and toxic material. So this is all indicator related to the environmental performance. For example, how the company implement green material. For example, in electronic company, we need to implement RoHS material. Previously, maybe there is no to say there is no difference between implementing RoHS material or non-RoHS material. Now all company must use RoHS material to consider as green company. And also related to the economic performance, yeah, we need to consider about total cost, about waste reduction, inventory cost, order fulfillment rate, sustainable risk mitigation, green purchasing performance, green innovation, competitive advantage, and also long-term profitability. And also we need to consider about the social performance related to the green image about our company, product image, public perception, corporate social image, level of partnership, quality of life of communities, and also social and community responsibility. This is a performance measurement to know that the company performance about sustainable supply chain management implementation. And
Sorry
also
for interrupting, sir. I think you have like 2 minutes left.
yeah, okay,
Okay,
yeah.
great.
This is
Thank
my last presentation. And also to implement the sustainable supply chain management, there are some indicators need to implement related to the upstream sustainable supply management, sustainable operation and risk management in the internal, and also downstream, our relationship with our customer. Maybe one of the indicators, something like green purchasing in the sustainable supply management, green product design in the sustainable operation and risk management in the focal company internal operation, and also collaborative inventory management between our customer relationship management. And also another challenge, new challenge at this moment is especially after COVID-19 is how to implement supply chain resilience, how to recovery from COVID-19 effect. So this is also need to consider in supply chain management implementation for at this moment. I think that's all my presentation, and hopefully my TED book will be can be finished next year related to the sustainable supply chain management. That's all my presentation. Thank you very much to all of you. Yeah. Good day.
Yeah. Right. Thank you. Thank you so much for a nice presentation from Dr. Nasaran Buntu Laudita. So for now, we have already had our keynote speakers presenting their presentation. Now we will we will proceed to our next session, which is question and answer session. So for now, I welcome for all audience, if you have any questions, comments, or feedback that you want to deliver to our keynote speakers. Is there anyone want to ask questions or give comment? All right. Actually, I have questions that will be delivered to the first one for Dr. Sabrina. Okay, so there is a question here for you that asking about how do you increase class participation for theory class that is not for project learning based. So do you have any suggestion or tips how to improve the participation of students for classes that's only deliver theory, for example?
Thank you very much for the question. Basically, the easiest way to get a student to participate is you're saying that the activity will get marks. Each particular participation will get marks. So basically, you will get a participation from the students. So in order for us to enlighten the learning and teaching process, usually we embed the lecture format with other format. Like I mentioned, we have role play, problem-based learning, student-centered learning, we have collaborative learning, case study. So we create the activity, and usually students are excited to participate in this kind of activity. And then we have to dictate what will be marked and how they can maximize their score. So basically, we will get participation from them. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for the answer. So if anyone wants to respond to the answer by Dr. Sabrina, you are pleased to send your comment here. And then for the next question is for Dr. Farid and also Dr. Muhammad Hisham regarding your project. So here the question is asking that how do you ensure that the building, that what you have built for the community can be sustainable, meaning that the community will maintain the facility that have been built by your team?
Okay, thank you for the question. Maybe I can respond a bit. Yeah, I think that is the most significant question normally raised after the project completed, especially to ensure the sustainability of each of the activities that we made. So one of the important, there are some, we did some projects. There are some projects a bit not so much sustained due on the maybe the community are not so much what I can say here, lack of ability in terms of managing the project later after it's completed. But there are some also successful stories like this island, the Tanjung Surat, and also the housing, the flat housing. After we did some assessment on our project base, so we found that the importance of the participation or the engagement should come early, and also the transfer knowledge and also the skill need to be clear from the beginning until the end, and the engagement session also is very important in order for them to understand and also can manage it later. So Alhamdulillah, I think both of these two case studies that we share, after 5 years or 6 years, the project is still in the good condition, and also they expand it further. This is the beauty of this. After we complete with a certain period of time, so they manage to expand it further. As an example, they get some new grant from other parties, you know, and they continue not just maintaining, but also to improvise and develop more after we finish a certain period of time. So I think one of the important to address this question is about how far they really understand and well cope with the project, and they can afford to manage it later. And of course, from our part, we should also sometimes revisit the community, not just left out them after several period of times. So I think the connection is very important. It's not just from the university to the community, but also involving other parties as well. Example, local authorities, the NGOs, you know. So this is very important as a platform that we need to establish, and in order to sustain the project. Thank you.
Sorry, just to add on few notes from Dr. Hisham's response. Is it allowed, Miss Moderator? Ms. Naimi, is it okay? You still have time? Sorry, just to add, the key word that we learned from those projects is creating a sense of ownership amongst the community, because our approach is more human-centric, community-based centric. So by creating those sense of ownership, you know, attachment from what we building or what we're creating or developing at their place, indirectly or over course of time, they will develop that attachment and they will take care of the place, of the anything that we bring to them. So in the long run, it will be self-sustained. They are the one who take care of the place, not the government agencies, not us. So we have those exit strategy. After a few years, we're going to give back to them so that they will manage by themselves. That's all.
Okay, right. Thank you so much for the answer. So hopefully it has answered the question from the audience. Right. And the next question we have for Dr. Giovanni Espeso. So the question is asking about your conclusion slide is about the acceptance and rejection response from the community. So the question is asking like what stages or steps has been done to respond for the rejection from the community, like what step or stages like from the EU to respond for the rejection from the community. Maybe is that clear?
Yeah, that's very clear. And thank you for that question. And I think, it's actually a very interesting question to entertain, especially for, a very influential and powerful supranational organizations. And I think that's also a key learning for other international development organizations to ponder, how to deal with rejections. And yeah, to deal with that, they're actually recruiting more agents, and now they're becoming more penetrative of the bureaucracy, because as a consequence of the comprehensive peace agreement, there is actually a new regional parliament in the southern Philippines, and the European Union is actually one of the generous and biggest funders of when it comes to institutional building. So meaning they're not only focused actually on the fusion of liberal democratic ideas and norms, but they're actually more into institutional building, especially in building capacities of different ministries, different offices, because it's actually a newly created regional bureaucracy. And therefore, by influencing the structures and the designs of institutions, they're actually more effective in sustaining the durability of these liberal democratic norms. So, for example, let's say the Regional Human Rights Commission is fully funded by the European Union. Well, very obvious that the EU is actually very much engrossed and so focused on human rights promotion. In some cases, especially in Africa, EU would even threaten these African countries to withdraw foreign aid if they're not going to abolish policies which are actually very detrimental to human rights, especially, the imposition of death penalty. So that's, I think, the major mechanism that is now actually taken by the EU to deal with rejections. But still, I believe the EU is actually very much aware that there are norms which are very difficult actually to promote. And there are powerful actors on the ground who have got the capability and the power, as well as the capacity to resist and reject norms. I believe, I'm sure, I hope that that's actually clear answer to the question.
Right. Thank you so much for the excellent answer. Thank you so much. Hopefully, for the audience, it's answer your question for that one. Right. So for the next question, we have for Ibu Sri Imelwati, PhD. So the question is about your methodology. So like how it is, how it is applicable for other topics too. So the question is like, what is the significant strength of that method that can be applicable for other topics of research? So the question is asking about the strength or the more likely the advantages of your research methodology that can be applicable for other topics or of research. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Nurlaili. Thank you for the question asking about methodology. And as I presented before, that we are employing design-based research. Design-based research is a cycle activity that can be used to to develop a model. Yeah. And it has been used in educational sector for quite a while. Yeah. And the strength of this methodology, because it's really fit with the context. Because at the first cycle, we explore and identify the need, and then we develop the model based on the need of our participant. So as I mentioned earlier, that it can be used to all of the projects that aim to use an applied, a product, the product that can be applied from doing that kind of step. So that's the, I hope it's make the people who ask about this design-based method. Thank you, Ms. Nur Laili.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the answer. Hopefully, it can inspire the audience to use and implement the research methodology too. Right. And the next question is for Dr. Nasar Buntulawita, but we have two questions here for you. The first one is about the supportive culture that's from the company internal. So the question asking about like the example of supportive culture that can be done by the company. That's the first question. And the second question is very interested in your book writing. So the audience asks you, but what is your challenge, or what are your challenges during writing your books? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. First, I want to answer about the question for how to implement culture in the company to implement the sustainable aspect. Culture is very important because culture is, we can say, not only implementing in the one day, but maybe the next day is not implemented. So that's why in the company need to say the leadership about culture implementations. So once the culture activity become a culture, then no need something like how to say punishment or related the regulation to implement the activities. So this is all. This is we can say one of how to say culture, yeah, culture about implementation of sustainable aspect in a company. For example, related to the social sustainability, related to the safety and health. This is related to the safety and health. So how to implement safety and health in an organization? This is also one of a culture. Yeah. And also maybe, for example, related to the economic aspect. How to implement economic aspect in the supplier selection. This is also a culture. So once all employee or stakeholder in the company implement without getting instruction with based on the direction, but because of the culture. So the sustainable in this organization will be done as per normal. No need something like specific regulation to implement it. This is and we can implement also in another aspect. Not only related to the social, related to the economic, but also related to the environment. And related about my about my book. Yeah. Actually, the most important thing is how to make a structure of the book. The structure means the content. What kind of topic we need to write in the book. This is the first thing. Before start or writing a topic, we need to also we need to know the structure. What kind of topic we need to present in this book. Yeah, this is sometimes the to say the difficulties we found during write a book. Yeah, that's all. Hopefully my answer is can be accepted. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much for the answer from Dr. Nasar Budulaulita. So hopefully your book writing runs well. Right. So if any audiences have another questions for our keynote speakers, once again, you are more than welcome to ask or give feedback and also give comment to the keynote speaker. So if you have any questions or comments after this session, you may send your question to our committee. So maybe they will deliver your question to our keynote speaker. Right. Is there any other questions or comment from the audience? No? Okay, right. So once again, thank you so much for all keynote speakers and also our audience who have participated in this session. So finally, this plenary sessions has come to the end of the presentation. So I personally would like to say thank you so much for keynote speakers for interesting presentation and also insightful information, and to all audiences who have joined this session, and also for the question that have been asked for our keynote speakers. Hopefully, the presentation will be beneficial for everyone, and all of us will get opportunity to widen and strengthen our research to contribute to our society and also our communities. So if that's the end of this session, so I will give it back to our Master of Ceremony, Balkis.
Thank you, Ms. Nureli, and all the keynote speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure you agree with me when I say it was an insightful, knowledge-filled keynote speech, and I'm sure our audience has had much value to take away from those addresses. And now, let us appreciate our keynote speakers, and to do so, I have the honor of inviting Dr. Iskandar Ipan to give away a token of appreciation to our keynote speakers today. Please to Dr. Iskandar Ipan.
Yeah, good afternoon. For Dr. Sabri Ahmad, please accept our appreciation with this certificate. Thank you for your participation. And
Thank you very much.
please send my regard to Professor Shahrin and your
Sure, Doctor.
colleagues. Thank you.
Sure.
And for Dr. Farid Azizul Juhaili bin Muhammad Ramli, please also accept our appreciation with this certificate. Dr. Farid.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Doctor.
thank you for your participation as a
welcome.
keynote speaker. Thank you very
Welcome.
much. And then Dr. Muhammad Hisham bin Rasidi. Thank you, Dr. Muhammad Hisham, for your participation. Please accept our certificate, our appreciation with this certificate.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you,
for
Dr. Muhammad Isam. And then for Dr. Jafni Komako Espesu, thank you for your participation as a keynote speaker. Thank you very much, Dr. Jafani.
Thank you so
Please
much.
accept this appreciation with the certificate. Yeah. Thank you.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih. And then Dr. Sli Emailwati, thank you, Dr. Email, for your participation as a keynote speaker. Please accept our appreciation with this certificate.
Thank you very much, Pak Rektor. Terima kasih banyak. Sehat selalu, Pak. Terima kasih.
Please send my regard to Professor Ansofino and his spouse.
Siap,
Or
Pak. Terima kasih.
Email also email Mod.
Ya,
I think.
ya, Ibu
Ibu.
Mel.
Thank you.
Terima kasih.
And then thank you, Dr. Nasar Buntu Laulita. Please accept our appreciation also with this certificate. Thank you for your participation as a keynote speaker. Thank you, Pak Nasar.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Pak Rektor. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for Dr. Iskandar Itan. Next, I would like to invite all guests, keynote speakers, presenters, and chairpersons to open your camera as we will do the documentation sessions. Again, I would like to remind all of you to open your camera on because we are going to take a picture together. There are around 3 slides. We will start with the first slide. 1, 2, 3. Next, the second slide. 1, 2, 3. And then the last slide, the third slide. 1, 2, 3. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to move to the next agenda, which is the parallel sessions. But before the parallel sessions, let us have a lunch break first. So we are going to start the parallel sessions after the lunch break. And I would like to remind you again to rename your name in the Zoom meeting based on the format. So it will be easier for the committee to distribute you to the breakout room later on. We recommend that all chair sessions and presenters to stay at the Zoom meeting since the committee will distribute you to the breakout room. However, if you prefer to leave the Zoom meeting, please join the Zoom meeting at 12:30 p.m. Indonesian time using the same link. So again, we will start the parallel session precisely at 12:30 p.m. Indonesian time. Everyone, please have a lovely lunch break. Thank you and see you at the upcoming sessions.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank
See you
you.
now.
Thank
Bye.
you.
Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to CoNeScINTech Zoom meeting room. Before we start our next session, the parallel session, I would like to remind all of you to please kindly rename your name in the Zoom meeting based on the format that is already provided. Thank you. Good afternoon to all presenters and chair sessions. We are going to start the panel sessions at 1 p.m. Indonesian time, which is now. We are going to open the breakout room session, and I would like to remind you to please click join when the breakout room is ready. And if you are not able to join the breakout room, please inform the committee via the room chat in the Zoom meeting. So everyone, please be patient and let's wait for the committee to set you to the breakout room. I want to remind you again to rename your name in the Zoom meeting based on the format to make it easier for the committee to add you to the breakout room. Thank you.
Halo, Pak atau Bu. Pak, Bu, dari UIB ada yang bisa bantuin nggak ya? Ini kira-kira ada yang bisa jawab?
To the presenter named Fairlyn, is there any question you wanted to ask?
Yeah, of course, I'm something. Is there any token that I can access on the absence? What is the token? And also I've done my presentations in room 2. So should I wait here or just left the Zoom?
For the token, we will share the token to you after the closing ceremony. And yes, you will have to wait for the others because we are going to have the closing ceremony after everyone finished with their presentation. Thank you.
Oh, okay. So I'll stay on this Zoom, yeah.
Yes.
Until what time?
Until 4. Approximately.
4.
Yes, more or less.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome Ms. Abdalisma SHMPD to the CoNEScINTech 2023 Zoom meeting room.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Selamat datang Bu Abdalisma, gimana kabarnya Bu? Sehat?
Alhamdulillah.
Selamat sore Bu Abdalisma. Selamat sore Bu.
Rektor. Gimana
Alah.
kabar Pak? Sehat?
Baik, alhamdulillah sehat. Ibu sehat Bu?
Alhamdulillah Pak
Ya.
Rektor, berkat doa Pak Rektor juga.
Wah, harus sehat sekarang ya.
Ya,
Terima kasih nih Bu sudah menghadiri acara penutupan kegiatan ini.
sama-sama Pak Rektor, dengan senang hati Pak Rektor.
Terima
Bu
kasih.
Ipe luar biasa lah untuk kegiatan ini.
Ya, kita berbuat supaya ada aktivitas yang skala internasional, supaya ada aktivitas yang bisa bisa sedikit di share ke teman-teman yang lain juga, kan juga perguruan tinggi teman-teman di LLDG 10 kan juga ada beberapa yang kita ajak untuk sama-sama gitu.
Ya. Sekarang kalau tidak salah di LDT Wilayah 10 juga ada kegiatan di Batam Pak, di Universitas apa itu ya, dalam rangka fasilitasi pendampingan akreditasi institusi. Dan kami berharap semua perguruan tinggi yang hadir pada saat ini di Batam itu sudah bisa mensubmit semua dokumen akreditasinya.
Oh iya.
Sudah
Itu lagi jalan, lagi berlangsung.
Ya, lagi berlangsung untuk berapa perguruan tinggi itu.
Iya.
Dan ini lanjut langsung ke Kota Jambi. Jadi kita
ya berseri ya, dia nyambung ke berbagai kota ya.
ya, karena kita juga mengawal asesornya, mengawal narasumbernya untuk mendampingi sampai proses submitnya gitu Pak Rektor.
Ya. Kemarin kami baru selesai Bu Abdalisma, Bu Kalem, asesmen lapangan AL untuk prodi akuntansi. Baru kemarin selesai. Jadi kita disibukkan dengan itu.
Iya nih saya juga berharap nih Pak Rektor UIB ini bisa unggul nih akreditasi institusinya.
Kita lagi berjuang untuk mempersiapkan semua yang menjadi keharusan untuk mendapat skor-skor yang bisa mencapai unggul itu. Karena memang kita juga melihat banyak hal yang harus kita benahi, kita lengkapi, kita persiapkan. kita
Karena
lakukan
ya
ini secara
kami
bertahap lah.
yakin kami yakin UB bisa di bawah komando Pak Rektor tentunya.
Amin. Terima kasih Bu Kalem doanya.
Ya.
Silakan MC, apa sudah ada ini sesi untuk ini Bu Kalem, kalau saya tidak salah ini ada sesi penganugerahan award atau penghargaan untuk para presenter sama peserta yang terbaik itu.
Oh ya, silakan Pak.
Ya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome back to the closing ceremony of the third conference on Business, Social Science and Technology 2023. I would like to thank you again to the delegation from UIB partners that support us to organize this conference, the reviewers, chairpersons, presenters, and participants that are still with us now. Ladies and gentlemen, upcoming next agenda, we move on to the presentation of awards, which I would call the most exciting segment of the day. As mentioned, there will be an award that prepared, evaluated, and assessed by the committee, which is the best papers and best presenters. For the best papers, congratulations to Fitrilianti with a paper titled The Effect of Corporate Governance on Tax Avoidance with Corporate Social Responsibility as Mediation. Kelly with the paper titled Women's Empowerment in Improving Family Welfare Through the Sale of Grilled Corn at Pongkar Beach of Tanjung Balai Karimun. Elvira with the paper titled The Effect of Using Kahoot in Writing Functional Text for Senior High School Students. Nur Atikah binti Arba'in with the paper titled Implementation of Advanced SQL Using Java Server Page as Fronted. Leonardo with the paper titled Coastal Settlement Slum Level Analysis Case Study Tiang Wangkang Old Village. Melanda Pramita Indah with the paper titled Enhancing Local Government Capacity for Sustainable Tourism Sector Development in Batam City, an assessment of human resource management and network cooperation. Dewi Kurniawati, Business Risk Management Planning based on ISO 31,000-2018 for managers in occupational health examination clinic. Next, the best presenter. Congratulations to Tiffany Jubilin with the paper titled The Effect of Sustainability Reporting as a Moderating Effect on the Relationship Between Tax Avoidance and Firm Value. Elvira with the paper titled The Effect of Using Kahoot in Writing Functional Text for Senior High School Students. Melvin with the paper titled Analysis in Video Game Addiction and its Effects on Romantic Relationship Among Adolescents in Batam City, a case study of Mobile Legend Bang Bang. Giovanna Estefan with the paper titled Exploratory Study on Effects of Sport Documentary Video to National Pride Among the Generations, a case study of Batam City. And the last one, Dewi Kurniawati with the paper titled Business Risk Management Planning based on ISO 31,000-2018 for managers in occupational health examination clinics. Congratulations to the winner. I hope you learned new knowledge today. Now, ladies and gentlemen, before we invite Ms. Afdalisma to give a few words and close the conference, let us watch the CoNeScINTech 2024 video that will be held at the Universitas Teknikal Malaysia Malacca.
The UTEM is a pretty interesting university. It's pretty big. Like the main campus is incredibly big. It's more like I imagine some American campuses.
I think the most exciting moment for me was the laboratory set. There were so many machines and opportunities to learn something about plastic technology, which was in my course. I really enjoyed it, and I would not be able to do this in my university in Germany.
And there we have a lot of laboratory stuff. So we have 3D printer, we have a lot of facilities that all the students can use. That is pretty nice.
When I come here, the facility, they are very complete. The facilities, the programs, all of the stuff are very nice. Yeah, it just makes us very comfortable in studying here.
Ladies and gentlemen, to take advantage of time, I would like to invite Ms. Afdalisma SH MPD, the head of Higher Education Service, Institution Region 10, to give a few words to us as well as to officially close this conference today. To Ms. Afdalisma, the time is yours.
Oke, thank you. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Congrats untuk the winner ya. Congrats to the winner. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Suara saya terdengar jelas di sana Bapak dan Ibu ya?
Terdengar Ibu.
Alhamdulillah. Baik, salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, Rahayu, selamat sore, salam sehat dan salam sejahtera buat kita semua. Yang kami hormati tentunya Bapak Rektor Universitas Internasional Batam, Bapak Dr. Iskandar Intan, Bapak Rektor yang luar biasa. Terima kasih Pak Rektor, support luar biasa dari UIB, salah satu perguruan tinggi swasta terbaik yang ada di LDT Wilayah 10 dan khususnya di Kepulauan Riau. Yang kami hormati juga tentunya Bapak Ibu pembicara dari delegasi, Ibu Asosiat Profesor Dr. Sabrina Ahmad dari University Technical Malaysia, Melaka. Kemudian yang kami hormati Ibu Sri Imawati SS MPD PhD dari Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat. Kemudian yang kami hormati Bapak Farid Azizul Zuhaili bin Muhammad Ramli dari University Teknologi Malaysia. Kemudian yang kami hormati Bapak Dr. Nasar Guntu Laulita dari Universitas Internasional Batam. Kemudian yang kami hormati juga Kepala Pusat Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat LPPM UIB beserta seluruh tim yang telah menyelenggarakan kegiatan konferensi ini dengan sangat baik. Terima kasih. Kemudian semua Bapak dan Ibu peserta konferensi pemakalah dan semua hadirin hadirat yang saya hormati yang tidak bisa saya sapa satu persatu. Pertama-tama, marilah tentunya kita panjatkan puji dan syukur kita kehadirat Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, Tuhan yang Maha Esa, karena atas limpahan rahmat dan karunia-Nya, maka kita semua dapat bertemu secara virtual untuk melaksanakan kegiatan conference The Third CoNeScINTech 2023 yang diselenggarakan oleh UIB bekerjasama dengan University Teknikal Malaysia Melaka, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, dan Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat. Dan saat ini, pada sore hari ini, sudah sampai kepada sesi penutupan kegiatan. Kemudian juga tak lupa kita sampaikan sholawat beriring salam kepada junjungan kita, Nabi besar Muhammad SAW. Seiring lafaz, Allahumma shalli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Semoga dengan seringnya kita bersalawat, insya Allah kita mendapatkan syafaatnya di hari akhir nanti. Amin ya robbal alamin. Para peserta hadirin yang berbahagia, Bank Dunia dalam laporannya yang berjudul Is a Global Recession Imminent memprediksi kemungkinan terjadinya resesi ekonomi global pada tahun 2023. Prediksi tersebut terasa semakin nyata dengan beberapa indikasi yang sudah mulai terjadi, seperti kenaikan suku bunga acuan secara agresif yang dilakukan oleh bank sentral di berbagai negara dalam upaya meredam laju inflasi. Selain itu, pada era revolusi 4.0 dan era digital saat ini, pembangunan di berbagai negara termasuk di Indonesia menghadapi banyak tantangan. Karena itu, ancaman resesi dan perlambatan ekonomi global pada tahun 2023 bukanlah tantangan yang mudah, terutama akibat ketegangan geopolitik yang berimbas juga pada disrupsi rantai pasok global, sehingga berpotensi berimbas pada perekonomian domestik. Begitu pula adanya tantangan geopolitik dan tantangan perubahan iklim yang akan sangat mempengaruhi pembangunan perekonomian dan upaya peningkatan kesejahteraan rakyat. Nah, sehubungan dengan hal tersebut, maka kami tentu mengharapkan hasil kegiatan Tridharma perguruan tinggi yang dilakukan oleh para dosen dan mahasiswa dari berbagai perguruan tinggi, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri, tentunya diharapkan mampu juga memberikan tawaran yang realistis dan aplikatif untuk mengatasi masalah tersebut, sehingga mampu menjadi salah satu penggerak bagi upaya kita semua untuk menangkal resesi 2023. Untuk itu, kami atas nama Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Wilayah 10, Sumatera Barat, Riau, Jambi, dan Kepulauan Riau mengucapkan terima kasih dan sangat mengapresiasi pelaksanaan kegiatan konferensi CoNeScINTech yang ketiga ini. Di antaranya juga pelaksanaan seminar dengan tema memperkuat keterkaitan antara humaniora, teknologi, pendidikan, dan ilmu sosial dalam menangkal resesi 2023. Yang kegiatan ini merupakan hasil kerjasama antara Universitas Internasional Batam dengan Universiti Teknikal Malaysia Melaka, Universiti Teknologi Malaysia, dan Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat. Sinergi dan kerjasama antar perguruan tinggi dalam skala antar negara saat ini sangat diperlukan agar berbagai hasil inovasi pelaksanaan Tridharma perguruan tinggi mampu berdampak secara internasional. Sekaligus kerjasama ini tentu akan mengangkat citra masing-masing perguruan tinggi dalam upaya untuk maju bersama menghadapi masa depan yang penuh tantangan. Kerjasama antar perguruan tinggi juga merupakan upaya untuk memecahkan isolasi institusional yang dihadapi oleh perguruan tinggi, baik pada level lokal, regional, nasional, maupun internasional, utamanya dalam upaya peningkatan mutu akademik masing-masing perguruan tinggi. Pelaksanaan konferensi internasional yang dilaksanakan melalui kerjasama ini tentunya akan mampu mendukung peningkatan serta pencapaian Tridharma perguruan tinggi. Sebagaimana kita ketahui bersama bahwa salah satu cara efektif mengangkat derajat perguruan tinggi di level internasional adalah dengan menyelenggarakan konferensi internasional yang diselenggarakan oleh beberapa perguruan tinggi. Layaknya penyelenggaraan Olimpiade yang mendongkrak pertumbuhan ekonomi suatu negara, maka konferensi internasional juga demikian. Ia akan menjadi lokomotif percepatan kemajuan dan pembangunan perguruan tinggi yang bekerja sama dalam menyelenggarakannya. Bapak Ibu, seluruh peserta yang berbahagia, kami LEDT Wilayah 10 juga sangat berharap hasil konferensi internasional ini tentunya mampu berkontribusi dalam meningkatkan kemajuan, kemandirian, dan daya saing daerah maupun nasional, serta mengglobal hendaknya. Di samping juga menjadi wadah bagi perguruan tinggi, dosen maupun mahasiswa untuk memperluas jejaring dalam rangka meningkatkan kualitas, hasil, dan dampak pelaksanaan tridharma perguruan tinggi masing-masing di tingkat internasional. Dengan kegiatan ini tentunya diharapkan juga mampu pula untuk memacu semangat para dosen dan mahasiswa untuk selalu berkolaborasi, untuk senantiasa mengembangkan berbagai ide dan inovasi untuk peningkatan mutu tentunya lebih, untuk peningkatan mutu lebih kepada kegiatannya dan menciptakan terobosan-terobosan inovatif yang bermanfaat bagi hajat hidup orang banyak oleh para dosen dan mahasiswa. Kami yakin dan percaya dari berbagai pemaparan dari pemakalah pada konferensi yang telah berlangsung hari ini, tentu banyak menghasilkan berbagai bentuk upaya dengan memperkuat keterkaitan antara bidang kajian, humaniora, teknologi, pendidikan, dan ilmu sosial dalam menangkal resesi 2023. Termasuk berbagai model dan cara yang dianggap tepat dalam menghasilkan solusi untuk menangkal resesi 2023 tersebut. Sehingga berbagai negara dapat menganggap hasil dari cara dan model tersebut sebagai suatu peluang membuat kebijakan-kebijakan dan kemudian menerapkannya jika dipandang baik dan tepat. Dan apabila terbukti tangguh dan hebat, tentunya akan mendapatkan pengakuan internasional. Bapak Ibu peserta hadirin yang kami hormati, selanjutnya pada kesempatan ini sekali lagi kami LLDT Wilayah 10 mengucapkan selamat kepada Rektor dan Kepala Pusat LPPM UIB beserta seluruh jajarannya yang telah berhasil dan sukses dalam menyelenggarakan kegiatan ini. Semoga hasil kegiatan ini mampu menjawab kebutuhan masyarakat dalam mewujudkan kemandirian bangsa dan bermanfaat pula secara global. Selanjutnya dengan seizin kita bersama, maka kegiatan conference the fifth CoNeScINTech 2023 yang diselenggarakan oleh Universitas Internasional Batam bekerjasama dengan University Technical Malaysia Melaka, University Teknologi Malaysia, Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat secara resmi dinyatakan ditutup. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan pada kesempatan ini. Semoga apa yang sudah kita laksanakan pada hari ini dapat memberikan banyak manfaat kepada semua pihak. Selamat berkarya, tetap semangat, dan yang paling penting, semoga selalu sehat dan bahagia. Terima kasih sekali lagi saya ucapkan kepada semua pihak. Mohon maaf atas segala kekurangan. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, Om Santi Santi Om Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, dan selamat sore.
Thank you, Ms. Abdelisma. I hope that in the future we can always try to help, benefit, or contribute to others, especially as people who are involved in academic field, to share and implement our expertise in society. Ladies and gentlemen, now I have the honor of inviting Dr. Iskandar Itan to give away a token of appreciation to Ms. Abdelisma, SHMPD. To Dr. Iskandar Itan, please do.
Baik, Bu Abdelisma, sebagai ungkapan terima kasih apresiasi kami kepada Ibu yang menghadiri acara ini, berpartisipasi dalam acara ini, kami memberikan Certificate of Appreciation mohon diterima Bu Kalem, Bu Abdalisma.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor.
Ya,
Thank you.
ya.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of the third conference on business, social science, and technology, CoNEScINTech 2023. I, on behalf of the committee, would like to thank UIB partners that support us to organize this conference. University Technical Malaysia Malacca, Trisakti School of Management, Universitas Andalas, Universitas Universal, Universitas Putra Batam, and Universitas PGRI Sumatera Barat. Also, I would like to thank all keynote speakers, chair sessions, reviewers, presenters, participants, and everyone whom we cannot mention one by one. I believe this conference will not be successful without your support and contribution. And with that gratitude being expressed, we now come to the end of our conference today. See you next year at the fourth conference on business, social science, and technology 2024. Ladies and gentlemen, I do hope you have a productive and fulfilling week ahead. All the best to you. Thank you and good afternoon.
Terima kasih Bu Abdalisma. Terima kasih Bu.
Terima kasih Bu
Terima
Abdalisma,
kasih
Pak
Bapak Ibu.
Rektor.
Ya.
Terima
Sukses
kasih.
Pak Rektor.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Terima kasih semuanya.
Ya. Izin live Bapak Ibu.
Baik, terima kasih Bu.
Baik, silakan Ibu.
Ya, terima kasih.
Saya izin live ya.
Ya, Pak Rektor, terima kasih banyak.
Ya.